Okay, well, good morning everybody, 9:30, and the inquiries is resumed. We don't have any new faces in the council, I don't think, but we are streaming. So let me just say my name is Guy Davis and I'm the inspector appointed to hear this appeal. The appeal is into a development of a mixed residential development, including a retirement complex at land to the west of Snowsride in Windlesham. Couple normal housekeeping matters to start with. Can I please remind people to have their phones on silent, and if there is a fire, then please we'll treat it as real, and please leave the building by the exits and congregate in front of the council offices. I think it's probably, I don't have any other housekeeping matters. I know there's a couple of outstanding documents, but I think we'll sweep those up at the end of play today. I think it's probably the best place to talk about those. So let me just turn to either side. Are there any other housekeeping matters I should be made aware of before we start the business of today? Okay. So the business of today is to continue to hear evidence from the appellant. We're due to hear from 4 witnesses today, Mr Modger and Mr Garside this morning, and Mr Pycroft and Mr Williams this afternoon. So I think probably without any further ado, Mr Young, I'll turn to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to turn to the second Mr Henderson, and he is going to take Mr Modger through his evidence.
I'll try not to take that pejoratively. Mr Modger, good morning.
Morning.
Can I just introduce you to the inquiry with your proof of evidence? You are Andrew Modger, you are a director at Tetlow King Planning, are you not?
That's correct.
And you're here to give evidence about the need for self-build and custom house building for the purposes of this appeal.
That's also correct.
You set out a nice long list of bullet points of your various very impressive achievements at paragraph 1.3 of your proof of evidence. You have a Bachelor of Arts in Design, Development and Regeneration and a Master's in Spatial Planning, and you are a chartered member of the RTPI.
Yes.
You have 20 years professional experience in the field of town planning and housing, initially in local authorities, and you've been in private practice for the last 13 years.
Yes.
You identify that you're retained by MHCLG for their funded Right to Build task force to act for a range of clients as a national self-build and custom house building expert, aren't you?
That's correct.
And you set out various other bits and pieces that you've done that relate to self and custom build. House building. The inspector has a nice detailed proof of evidence from you, so I'm just going to sort of cut to the chase, if I may. Section 2 of your proof of evidence, you set out the legislative history that sits behind the custom and self-build framework, with which I'm sure everybody's very familiar. So we don't need to go through all the detail of that. Is there anything you specifically want to draw to the inspector's attention by way of legislative background?
Yes, so I suppose there's 3 component parts. It's the original Self-Build Act, which compelled authorities to hold a register, amendments to that through the 2016 Housing and Planning Act, which set out the Section 2A duty, and then the 2023 Levelling Up Regeneration Act, which clarified that in respect of the 2A duty, it's permissions for carrying out self and custom build to meet demand. There are those that can be counted. It also clarified through that demand, for the purposes of that, cumulative. So what I mean by that is in any earlier base periods where demand goes unmet, that's carried forward until such time that it is met. The Section 2A duty that I mentioned, that requires an authority to give enough permissions for self and custom build on enough plots of land to meet what's called their Part 1 demand on their self-build register.
Thank you. And we'll come on and have a look in a minute at the demand figures that you've calculated. Can we go then to policy and guidance? So can I start in national policy? Looking at the framework, what are the key paragraphs that the inspector needs to be looking at for the purposes of national policy, please?
Yes, so paragraph 63 directs us that the provision of self and custom build is an important part of meeting housing needs. And we know that it's been a requirement to plan for self and custom builders since the original iteration of the MPPF back in 2012.
Absolutely. You also draw attention within your proof of evidence to the PPG, which, as it's a core document, we might as well have a look at. It's core document 8.9. Just quickly go there if the Wi-Fi allows you to.
Yes, I'm there, thank you.
We see at the bottom, don't we, of page 1 of that document, what is self and custom build house building?
Yes.
Anything you particularly want to draw the inspector's attention to within that paragraph?
Yes, so what this tells us in the PPG is that effectively for something to be self or custom build, the initial owner must have had primary input into design and layout, and it tells us effectively where this hasn't occurred. So if it's built off plan or purchased prior to construction without that input, it doesn't meet the legislative definitions for self and custom build.
Thank you. And then at the very bottom of page 2, we can see what are the benefits of self and custom build house building. And the PPG tells us self or custom build helps to diversify the housing market and increase consumer choice. Self-build and custom house builders choose the design and layout of the home and can be innovative in both design and construction. And that's a further benefit, isn't it, that national policy draws our attention to.
Indeed, yes.
Fantastic. Can we then move to local policy and the development plan? Now, you weren't here yesterday, but I think you had the opportunity to hear Ms Fitzpatrick's evidence over the link.
I did, yes.
You will remember she was asked a series of questions by Mr Young about whether affordable housing and custom and self-build plots were additional benefits on top of the provision of C2. And Ms Fitzpatrick's evidence seemed to cast some doubt on that because of a policy she referred to within the adopted development plan covering custom self-build. And she was asked what that policy was, and she said that she couldn't put her finger on it. Are you able to assist the inspector with why that might be?
Yes, that's because there is no adopted policy for the provision of self or custom build here in Surrey Heath. So effectively the council are reliant on sites such as this in making provisions secured by plots secured by legal agreement, and that's to address the unmet needs that we have here in the absence of a local policy.
What do you draw from that for the purposes of the weight that the inspector should be applying to custom and self-build on this appeal?
Well, I think it's part of the component parts of how we get to the significant weight we arrive at. Obviously, the lack of a policy to actually address the unmet needs, and then demand and supply also being component parts of that, which we'll come on to.
Thank you. The emerging plan, then, we've heard from other witnesses what the current state of play is in relation to the emerging plan and the distance we are from actual adoption of it. What do you want to say about that?
So we know that the obviously the inspector in January is likely to be capable of being found to sound subject to main modifications. We don't yet know the scope of that consultation. Details have yet to be published as far as I'm aware. The Statement of Common Ground, of course, records a limited weight to the emerging plan at present. So what we can draw from that is neither the adopted nor the emerging plan are going to resolve this shortfall anytime soon.
Thank you. On to the meat of it then, demand. We heard from Ms Fitzpatrick yesterday that none of the evidence as to demand or indeed supply is disputed by the council. All that's between us is weight. Why should the inspector have regard for your very detailed evidence on demand and supply, that notwithstanding?
Because the demand here is part of contextualising how we get to the weight we do here. As I said, policy is one component part, there is no policy. The extent of the demand is another part, and then the supply in response to that demand is another part of that.
Section 4 of your proof of evidence, can we just go there? PDF 25, paper 21 for those in old money.
Yes.
You go into quite some detail to establish from various sources as accurately as possible the current level of CSB demand. And you start from section 4.1 with the council's own evidence base. Can we have a quick look at what that says? So core document 4.8, please. Which is the 2024 local housing needs assessment. Which again, it's a nice long document with lots of pictures in, so it may take a while to load.
Yes, I have it, thank you.
The relevant section on self and custom build house building starts at page 176.
Yes.
We'll come back to the data, but if we scroll through to 180, there's a subheading broader demand evidence.
Sorry, what was the paragraph reference on that?
There's page 180.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I suppose really the same point is made at the bottom of page 179 from 10.23 onwards, 10.24, and then over onto the next page. What do you want to draw to the inspector's attention from those paragraphs?
Yes, so on the preceding page, paragraph 10.23, the the LHNA is telling us that YouGov surveys have reported the awareness of right to build legislation is low, telling us that 83% of people are actually only aware that registers exist. What it then goes on to explain that as a result, the number of individuals on the register may underestimate demand, and tells us that other evidence of demand should be considered. What it then tells us on page 180, paragraph 10.25, to supplement that, they've looked into secondary data sources as recommended by the PPG, that being data provided by the National Customer Self-Build Association. What it does then is it goes on to consider this data, and it tells us in paragraph 10.29 that that shows that Surrey Heath has one of the highest levels of self-build demand in the country.
Yeah, so 10.29, a need for units of 436 units per 100,000 head of population. So on the council's own evidence base, this is a borough which has one of the highest levels of self-build demand in the country.
That's what the evidence base is telling us, yes.
Thank you. On then to the sort of the raw data, as it were. We obviously have to look at the register substantially for that. Your proof of evidence at 4.37, please, and we can go there, which is on PDF 30. Or paper 26.
Yes.
And you identify at 4.37 three data sources through which the Surrey Heath self-build register data has been collated, and that's MHCLG returns, annual monitoring reports, freedom of information responses. And what follows in your proof of evidence is a very detailed analysis of those different data sources. Can I ask you this? Where does the inspector need to go to find the headline figure? Because we know these are all unchallenged now. Where does the inspector... Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, certainly. 4.37 of the proof of evidence. PDF page 30, sir. Within Mr. Moja's proof.
Yes. It's early in the morning, do beg your pardon.
It's early for all of us, unfortunately.
4.37.
Yes, please, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Thank you, sir. 4.37, just to make the point again, Mr. Moja, you say there that you've got three data sources through which the Surrey Heath self-build register data has been collated that you've looked at.
Mm-hmm.
And you identify those as data returns to MHCLG, annual monitoring reports, and freedom of information responses received.
Yes.
And the inspector has, in the following pages of your proof of evidence, a lot of detail about why you take various different bits of information from various different bits of data. Given we know from Ms. Fitzpatrick's evidence that all of that is unchallenged, can I ask you this? Where does the inspector go to find what you say is the headline figure, the right number of registry entrants on part one?
Yeah, so that's at my figure 4.4, which is on paginated page 33.
PDF 37, sir, for your note. What do we see in figure 4.4, please?
So what that shows us is the first three base periods the data is taken from central government data returns. That's because they haven't been subject to retrospective revisions. The council introduced a local connection test in base period 3. The freedom of information data tells us that they then applied that from base period 4 onwards, but it's recorded in some other sources as having been retrospectively applied for base periods 1 to 3. That's the incorrect approach. So we have MHCLG data for base periods 1 to 3. Those are all part 1 register entries. The local connection test then kicks in from base period 4. And we see those part 1 entries taken from the AMR at that time. And then from base period 8, we're back to central government data returns because they are split in that way then. In central government data returns, they are not prior to that.
Run that one past
Yeah.
the page, I don't understand periods 8 and 9.
So yes, so base periods 8 and 9, up until that point, the central government data returns, they don't clearly distinguish between parts 1 and 2 of the register. From base period 8 onwards, they do. So the government data returns aren't able to be subject to retrospective revisions. they're published, and that is the position. So we've taken those again then for base periods 8 and 9. So for base period 10, we're using the Freedom of Information response because that is the only available data source we have. So what that takes us to is a total of 503 entries for base periods 1 to 10. What we're looking at here is base periods 1 to 8, and that's because the Council has a statutory duty to address that by the 30th of October this year, including any unmet demand from earlier base periods, and that takes us to 499 plots for base periods 1 to 8.
So that, the headline overall figure for all base periods, 503, we can see at the very bottom of that table there.
Yes.
And for base periods 1 to 8, so for those for which the council is under a duty to grant permission by this October,
Yes.
we can see 499 is the figure that you've provided by basically adding up everything that appears in those rows in the table.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. And bearing in mind what we know and what we've already established about the adopted development plan and the timeframes for the emerging development plan, what mechanisms are there for securing those 499 plots by October of this year?
There aren't any in policy at present.
Thank you. One of the features of the table that we're currently looking at, table for figure 4.4, is that the numbers get smaller as we go along. So in the top row, you've got 146, 168, and then we get down to sort of single digits. Now, in your proof of evidence, you have a section headed suppression of self-build register entries, which for your note, sir, is paragraph 4.65 onwards. Why is that?
Yes, so the council has introduced 3 mechanisms for entry onto their register. The first of those is the local connection test. That splits the register into 2 parts. Part 1 entries are those to which the statutory duty is to be applied. Part 2, the statutory duty doesn't apply to those, but they remain a material consideration. They've then introduced in base period 6 a financial solvency test on top of that, as well as an entry fee for the entry onto the register, and then an annual retainer fee to stay on part 1 of the register. So each of those has had impacts in reducing register numbers. The effect of that has been that applying the local connection test in base period 4, we see a suppression from an average of 128 per annum to 36 per annum. When the financial solvency test and fees are then also brought in, that's a further suppression then to 2 per annum. So the cumulative effect of that is quite stark. It's questionable really what the purpose of applying all 3 of these was, other than to suppress register numbers. I have to question why would somebody be willing to pay fees for entry onto the register and then to stay on it every year thereafter when they appear to receive very little, if anything, actually in return for that?
So if we just, for the purposes, if we're looking at figure 4.4, just helps probably to put the dates in as to where those various things came in so we can see how they're reflected in the numbers. So the local connection test, we know, came in from base period 4 onwards. So that is, well, we can see that reflects in the 4th line of the table, can't we?
Yes.
And we can see a dip in the figures there. And then the financial solvency test and the entry and retainer fees came in from base period, was July 2021, wasn't it?
So they were introduced 3/4 of the way through base period 6. The Freedom of Information response tells us that they were applied with immediate effect in that base period rather than starting on the next base period. We don't know the precise number of people who were captured in those final 3 months in that base period, but we can see in base period 7 what the effect of that is, that reduction from 37 to 3.
Thank you. So drawing all those threads together then, that 503 figure that we look at in figure 4.4, is that in your view likely to be an accurate representation of the actual level of custom and self-build demand in the borough?
No, I don't think the register would be capturing all demand. Clearly there will be people who are unwilling to make that payment, to enter the register and stay on it. One of the things the council also tells us in their Freedom of Information response is that if somebody doesn't pay the annual retainer fee, then they're moved on to part 2 of the register. That's not actually how that should be applied, in that it's failure to meet the local connection test or financial solvency test that would render you a part 2 entry, not non-payment of an annual retainer fee. So what's effectively happening now is that people who are meeting those entry tests, local connection and financial solvency, are being moved onto Part 2 simply for failure to pay an annual retainer fee.
And you've set out at 4.77 of your proof what those annual fees are. So effectively, if you're an individual, you've got to pay 75 quid a year to stay on Part 1 of the register. And if for whatever reason you don't pay 75 quid a year, then you're off Part 1 and you're out of the data that even you look at in figure 4.4, is that right?
Just to clarify, £75 to enter the register,
Sorry, yes.
and then the annual retainer is £30 per annum,
Sorry, yes, correct.
there being no end date to that payment to stay on Part 1.
And if that's not paid, then you're out of the data altogether.
You're moved on to Part 2,
Thank
yes.
The local connection test.
Yeah.
And the three aspects that you flagged up, are they in accordance with regulations or are they contrary?
The regulations allow councils to introduce entry tests. What the PPG does is it tells us that they expect these authorities to have a strong justification for doing so. In respect of the local connection test, that was taken to Executive Committee in February 2018. The strong justification that was set out in that report was due to the impacts, environmental impacts of, constraints impacting Surrey Heath, the availability of land for developments under pressure, and that's a challenge for the borough. And it said that it was important to try and ensure suitable and available lands used efficiently, and that the number of plots that a council may need for self-build could impact upon the availability of land for achieving OAN. What it was saying is that the local connection test they considered would help to ensure plots are only granted for residents with a strong local connection. Now, what I would say on that is obviously self-build consents, they would be C3 residential developments, so they would count towards objective assessed needs anyway, so I'm not quite sure where the council were going with that point in the committee report. And this idea that only the people who have got a strong local connection on the register are those who would be granted planning permission, that's simply not the way it works. If somebody's coming forward with an application for self or custom build, they're not then only getting planning permission because there's somebody on the register who has a strong local connection.
I understand you have concerns with their justification for introducing the local connection test, but regulations do allow them to do so.
They do.
Does it also allow them to provide or seek a charge or a fee in the way that they are doing at the moment?
It does. What the regulations do say, though, on the tests is that it's failure to comply with the local connection test or financial solvency test, which effectively renders you a Part 2 entry. So what they're doing with the fees is incorrect there, to be moving somebody to be a Part 2 entry for non-payment of a fee.
Okay. What other remedy do they have if somebody doesn't pay the retainer fee effectively though? Somebody could just get onto the register and then stay there without paying a retainer fee. You're telling me that actually the retainer fee is something that they are entitled to ask.
They are allowed to, yes, under the regulations. It's just the movement of people onto Part 2 of the register for non-payment of a fee. It's the failure to meet the local connection test or financial solvency test, which renders somebody a Part 2 entry, not non-payment of a retainer fee.
What would you do if somebody's on the Part 1 register?
I suppose it goes back to my point of why would somebody pay the fee when they don't seem to really be getting anything for it? We see these fees introduced. It appears as one of the mechanisms to attempt to suppress register numbers.
I understand your point on that, and you may be right in some instances, I'm sure, but is it where from a purely technical point of view, they aren't actually, they're not wrong in introducing a fee? I think that was my question really, and I think your answer to that is that no, it isn't.
They're allowed to do so. They're allowed to do so. Yes.
Can I just it's a very fair point, and there are authorities that have been very concerned about this.
there were occasions, well, Mr. Major can give the evidence, but there are occasions where the fees for registration were much, much higher than this. So, yes, having a fee is a sensible thing, I'm suggesting that. It's where they set the fees at.
That I understand. Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Modres, I understand the point you draw from the fees in any event is really to give some context to the 503 figure that you come up with and to point out that that may not in fact be a particularly accurate representation of demand for custom and self-build in Surrey. That's what you draw from those figures, isn't it?
Indeed, as the council's evidence base in the local housing needs assessment acknowledges that the register may underestimate demand.
Thank you. Can we go next then to 4.96 of your proof of evidence, PDF page 44? Because there's nothing between you and the council that secondary data is an important source of cross-checking. Can I ask you specifically about 4.98 to 4.99 of your proof of evidence, where you deal with the custom build homes group? Can you just explain for the inspector's benefit what that is and why you think that's a valuable source of information, please?
Yes, so just to contextualise who they are, the Custom Build Homes Group. So there's two component parts to the company. Build Store, so they hold the largest register of prospective self and custom builders in the country. They're also the largest provider of self and custom build specialist mortgage, warranties and insurance products on the UK market. Custom Build Homes then is effectively their enabling arm, so they're actually delivering service plots on the ground. It's a full end-to-end process that's available through them in that Custom Build Homes, they acquire sites in an area, they will then contact the people on the register in that area, tell them about the availability of it. They can then assist them with the design of their home. They've got in-house design. They've got retained planners who can then help with the reserve matters applications, and then they can assist with the actual construction. Of course, the build store element of the business can help with all the finance. So they can take somebody through the entire process of a plot being found through to actually living in that home.
And you identify from that postcode areas covering Surrey Heath, 565 registrants on their register. Having regard for what you've just told us, why is that, in your view, potentially a more helpful source of data as to the actual level of demand?
Yes, in my view, you are getting a lot more for your entry on their register. There's a lot more opportunity available to you. So if you're somebody who is looking to self or custom build, I would say you are more likely to join the Build Store register because it gives you a far greater opportunity of actually achieving that than being on the council's register does.
Thank you. And then your conclusions from the secondary data are 4.119 of your proof, where you just set those out in a nice clear paragraph. What do you draw from the secondary data as a whole for the purposes of this appeal?
Yeah, I think it suggests that demand may be substantially higher than the register is recording.
Thank you. Supply. Again, we know from Ms Fitzpatrick's evidence yesterday that, as far as we can understand, not a word of your evidence as far as supply is concerned is actually disputed by the council on this appeal. If we go to 5.4 of your proof of evidence, which is the bottom of printed 45, bottom of PDF 49.
Yes.
Again, you set out the three different data sets that you've used to try and ascertain the level of supply. And again, it's the MHCLG returns, it's the AMRs, and it's the freedom of information responses that you've gone and sought yourself. Again, can I ask you this, please? Where does the inspector go within your proof of evidence to find what you say is the headline figure as to the current supply?
Yeah. So figure 5.1, which is on paginated page 51.
PDF 55, sir.
And what this does is it utilises the entry numbers that were set out earlier in my evidence for base periods 1 to 8, and then against that it compares the supply in order to assess what the council's statutory duty performance is against section 2A.
And what do we draw from those figures? What are we seeing?
So just to clarify on what is shown here, so there was the assessment I did, the council provided 103 permissions through the freedom of information response, then assessed the application material for every one of those permissions for any evidence within that for self or custom build. So that found there was 28 permissions with some form of evidence.
We just pause there, rather than for the inspector's benefit. 5.9 to 5.10 of your proof of evidence, you've got all the figures there rather than exercising the inspector's pen unnecessarily. Sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on.
So to just break down those 28, so 16 of the 28, there was some form of evidence, but there was not a mechanism to ensure it was actually secured, a self or custom build. 10 of the 28, there was a mechanism in the form of a condition, and then 2 of the 28, there was a mechanism in the form of a legal agreement. So for there to be certainty of delivery, a self or custom build, to meet the legislative definitions, there must be a mechanism to secure. So of those permissions, there was 12 that did that, and 25 plots arise from that. So that's the 25 figure that we see in figure 5.1.
Thank you. So looking at figure 5.1 then, we can see the 25 in the bottom row. That, as you see it, is the supply. That's the best guess as you've got as to the supply over the base periods that we see recorded there. And that's unchallenged as far as we know by the council. And what we see in terms of the figures in the far right-hand column, cumulative, shortfall and surplus, there is it's a failure of the statutory duty, isn't it, in every single base period other than base period 7. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. It results in a shortfall of 474 plots.
And a current shortfall, as you say, of 474 plots. Thank you. Bearing that in mind then, can we get on to the issue of weighting? Now, the Statement of Common Ground, if we can just go there very briefly, core document 8.21.
Yes.
And PDF page 13 of it. We dealt with this yesterday through Ms Fitzpatrick, or Mr Young did. Paragraph 8.7 of the Statement of Common Ground had read this: the main parties agree that the contribution of the 10 self-build and custom-build house building plots within the appeal development to the supply of plots within the borough should be afforded significant beneficial weight. You see that?
Yes.
And then, in fact, if we scroll on a few pages through the statement to page 18, where we get the table of weightings, again, we can see there, can't we? Self-build and custom-build house building agreed at that point to be significant benefit.
Yeah.
We heard yesterday from Ms Fitzpatrick that was actually an error and that what she meant was moderate weight. The reasons that she gave for that are essentially set out in her proof of evidence at paragraph 5.8.10. Go there if you want. But the short point effectively that she says, well, there are only 10 plots, therefore modest contribution to the overall shortfall, therefore moderate weight.
Yeah.
Can I get your view on that, please?
Yes, so I think it's relevant to contextualise the way by looking at the policy, demand and supply matters like we've just done. See, until Ms Fitzpatrick's evidence in chief and then confirmation and cross-examination, we thought we understood that was the weight that was agreed. We now understand that's not the case. But if we look at the contextualisation of this, we've got 499 Part 1 entries, base periods 1 to 8. And in response to that, 25 plots consented in the last decade. Now, 10 plots from this appeal proposal is a 40% increase in that supply since 2016. We know that the register and the duty are material considerations in decisions involving self-build, as the PPG directs. And here what we see is a persistent statutory duty shortfall, and a substantial shortfall has accrued as a result of that. And of course, there are no adopted policies to address this. We also have, of course, the uncontested evidence on secondary data, as we've touched on. Council's own evidence base, telling us one of the highest levels of demand in the country. And then in terms of the current base period 8, that has to be met by the 30th of October this year. Well, the appeal proposals would address all of that, 100% of that, plus 22% of the unmet need from the earlier base period 6, as well. So the suggestion by the council that 10 plots is only moderate weight because of the scale of contribution, I think, is the wrong approach. You have to contextualise that.
And your proof of evidence from paragraph 6.24 onwards, perhaps anticipating the point, sets out, by my count, 18 different appeal decisions in which either significant or substantial weight was afforded. And like any good consultant, you've cited some of your own appeal decisions in there, just to make it nice and personalised. What conclusions do you invite the inspector to draw from that nice big long list of appeal decisions, all of which show significant or substantial weight being afforded?
Yes, I think we see a number of decisions that are in line with the approach that we're endorsing here in terms of the weighting and the approach to that. What we don't see in the council's evidence is any appeal decisions that support the approach they're proposing to weighting.
Thank you. So in light of all of that, in light of everything we've discussed, what is the weight that you feel ought properly to be afforded to the contribution made here by 10 custom and self-built plots?
Yes, so in the context of the unmet needs and scale of demand, significant weight to 10 plots is, in my view, entirely appropriate.
And for the reasons that you've set out in the appeal decisions, which the inspector can go and read if he wants to, you say that's entirely consistent with
Indeed.
practice across the country. Ms. Mojer, is there anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
I'm very grateful. So I don't know if you or my learned friend have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Atkinson, do you have any? I know you didn't ask for it. Do you have any questions?
Well, I think I should just formally put my case in cross-examination. So, Mr. Mojer, in terms of weight, you've just been telling us about it. As you know, the council's case is that the 10 self-build should attract only modest weight. And that is correct, isn't it, in the context of the overall specialist housing provision in this case, which does separately attract, as is agreed, significant weight. Significant weight is given to the level, the provision of specialist housing by both parties, that's agreed. In that context, it is reasonable to give an additional moderate weight to the 10 self-build houses which are also to be provided.
No, I don't think that's the correct approach. Obviously, we're looking individually at the weight to each of those specialist types of housing, and significant weight should be afforded to this for the reasons that I've set out.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Atkinson? Okay. I just had one really for clarification, please, Mr. Mojer. To go right back to your figure 4.4, which was need. Let me just get there.
PDF 37, sir.
37, thank you. You said that the regulations require any unmet need to be rolled forward. I'm sure you're right in that. Is that and you've done so, so that's fine. But does that continue indefinitely? And I'm merely thinking that taking figures from what were 2016 now, where we're talking 10 years ago, do they continue indefinitely being rolled forward if they are not met, or do they decay at some point?
No, so just to go back, so it's the legislation that requires that, and rather than regulations, it's the amendments that made to the Act through the 2023 Levelling Up Generation Act.
Okay.
And effectively, what happened was that authorities were not meeting duty in early periods, and then just writing that off.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason that change was made. It was to ensure that you can't do that. You have to plan for these needs. Those needs are there. They need to be met. They will keep rolling forward until such time as they are met. Yes.
Okay, so that's the legislation, and that there wasn't any provision for any decay after a certain period of time. Okay, thank you for that.
I haven't got any further questions. Mr. Henderson, anything in re-exam?
No, nothing in re-exam, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mojer.
Okay, well, good morning again, everybody. 10:30 and the inquiry is resumed. We move on now to look at the issue of viability. So is this Mr. Young? Over to you.
We have to remember to put our microphones on. Mr. Garside, thank you very much. Just to say, so the Section 106 discussions continue. There was an issue around, we wanted to introduce income cap on top of the discount, so that people only up to households up to 50,000. Council wanted to take that out, which we didn't understand, but they did. Now they want it put back in. Okay, so when you think, well, why are people having discussions outside, and why is the client talking to? We just continue to have these issues. That is just one example. There's some issues about the SANG. We would like to do the SANG because retirement villages will remain there for as long as the development is there, and it can be part of the scheme, can be actually some of the elderly people could get involved in. Council don't want that. They want it going to a third party. In closing, I'll make clear what we wanted. We wanted to be able to do it, but the council aren't happy with that. In fairness to them, they've obviously had a bad experience in the past, so we're not closing our ears to everything. We do very much want it to remain an agreement. What I don't want to do is, next week have to turn turtle and offer you a unilateral. So although it seems slow, and we still seem to be arguing over things, it is with a clear objective to reach agreement, and we will continue to engage with the council. What we're arguing over are, it's trite, isn't it, say points of detail. We're not reversing out the affordable housing or the self-build or anything like that, or the SANG. It's just really the mechanisms by which things are done that are the subject of a couple of disputes.
Okay, well, appreciate for the update. Continue your discussions. Let's have a catch up at the end of the play today and see where we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So my next witness is Mr. Richard Garside. You are Richard Garside, is that right?
I am.
And you're a director of New Steer, a growing business of like-minded professionals based in Farringdon in London. That sounds like that's from your website. I'm sure you are all like-minded. But the important thing is you were in another consultancy, weren't you? Just remind me which one that was.
I was in GL Hearn for approximately 30 years.
Yeah, and the inspector will have heard of GL Hearn, obviously. And then a number of you decided to break out, as it were. You've created this new company, New Steer, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. More importantly, you're a member of the RICS, qualifying as a chartered surveyor in 1992, is that correct?
That's correct.
And whilst working at GL Hearn, you undertook a number of roles until leaving to join New Steer in 2019, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Good. You tell us about the company, you're a founding director, etc., etc. New Steer's clients include the majority of the major supermarkets who you advise on residential development, house builders, the Associated Retirement Community Operators. This is ARCO that we've talked about, is that right?
That's correct,
Of
yes.
which Retirement Villages is one of the founding members. Yeah.
Yes.
You've been involved in the identification, acquisition of sites for large mixed-use developments, having regard to design, added value from inception through to delivery. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
You are an RICS registered valuer. You're responsible for all aspects of the financial viability work for clients and provide advice on the use of financial models in the planning process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you tell us you've acted for a number of retirement village operators and you provided viability evidence on their behalf at a number of planning appeals. Is that correct?
I have.
Good, thank you very much. Just turn then to some questions, some things that you want to highlight to the inspector. Just help us with the fact that there wasn't a financial viability assessment submitted at the time of the application, but there was one provided to the council during the appeal process before the exchange of evidence?
Yes, at the time of the application, an FVA wasn't required because the current local plan recognises the viability issues facing extra care and doesn't require affordable housing in relation to C2 property. However, things were changing at the time coming up to the appeal. We were aware of the evolution of the emerging local plan and that requiring affordable housing in relation to C2 and also the NPPF and what that says about viability in the grey belt, etc. So it seemed prudent to put forward an FVA, which was submitted to the council in February of this year.
Good. Okay. So just explain why, if you like. You know, why is that evidence relevant to this case?
It's relevant because the state of the site and its financial standing are relevant in relation to the affordable housing and the offer that is being made here. Viability is challenging. Viability is very challenging on all sites at the moment, frankly, residential as well as retirement, but particularly in relation to housing for older people and extra care in particular within that sector. It is very challenging because of the build costs we've got currently in the market, and therefore a look at viability and how challenging that is shows the benefits that we are in the affordable housing offer that we are making, because that is obviously is not helping the viability assessment.
Okay. Just on that issue of the build costs, of course, you know, the inspector is a professional planner. We talk about costs, but the planning system, you know, is primarily concerned with land designation and so on. You give an example of Sonning Common. Now, that was an appeal done for another operator, Inspired Villages. At that appeal, it was a greenfield site in an area of outstanding natural beauty at Sonning Common. It is being built. But can I just ask you, in your brief, you talk about the increase of costs since permission was granted by Inspector Stevens. What's happened since then?
Yes, the costs have increased significantly. Just try and find the actual numbers. So that when we went to the appeal, we were discussing it in 2021. And at that time, the bill costs were significantly below where they've ended up in terms of the actual build-out rate that we've got now. So we moved from a level in early 2021 of £245 per square foot as an all-in cost on the site. That include all the build-out of the buildings, the external works, etc., to a final tender price of £367 per square foot. So that's a 49% increase in build cost over that 2-year period, and that is not unusual, frankly. Those are the sort of increases we've been seeing. I've got a number of other sites where we've had tender information back recently, and both of those sites are in the region of £360 to £370 a square foot. So that is the problem, those increases, and unfortunately I don't see those increases coming back in the close future, particularly with the further war we now have in Iran, which has affected fuel costs and will no doubt affect building costs as well going forwards. And the corollary to that is that in the same time that the build costs have increased significantly, the values haven't gone up that much. They have gone up, but not anywhere near to the same rate that the build costs have.
Yeah. So you deal with this, just the inspector's note in your proof at page 19, 535 through to 537, 535 through to 5.37. And quite fairly, you acknowledge there's been a 12.5% increase in values over that period during the Sonning Common project, but a 49% increase in build costs. Now, I'm sure the inspector's familiar with, virtually all house building has stopped in London against a standard method figure of nearly 90,000. I think it's something like 3,000 or 5,000 starts last year. Is that build costs as well? Is that part of the problem?
That is part of the problem with those. I do a lot of viability assessments for residential developers as well. And yes, we are seeing significant issues on most of those schemes as well.
Yeah. We know, Mr. Pycroft can talk to this, we know that whilst the government wants 1.5 million homes a year, overall, there is a decline in housing delivery, housing completions, even housing applications, I think. So, I mean, how would you characterise the development market at the moment in terms of financial considerations?
It's a very difficult one. We have a number of clients with sites, and frankly, they're just sitting tight at the moment and not wishing to do anything. We recently got planning permission for a client on a site in Waltham Forest, but that included affordable housing. We've gone out to the market because the client isn't actually going to build this out. They were the owner-occupier of the site, and the interest in the site has been absolutely, practically nothing. It's a straightforward site, 100 units, 35% affordable. So it's relatively straightforward, but there just hasn't been interest, and that includes from the RP market we've been out to. I think we've been to nearly 46 RPs on that site, and we've been to a number of the house builders as well, and there's just no interest, unfortunately. So it is a really difficult market. Again, we have a number of sites that we are trying to bring forwards for some of the supermarkets, and finding partners for those is proving very difficult at the current time. Also.
Yeah. Okay. Can we turn then to your evidence in terms of the viability of age-restricted developments and the issues relating to those?
Yes, there are a number of issues. We've already touched on cost, but there are a number of issues that also feed into that. The first of those is the design efficiency of these villages in particular. The level of communal facilities within those villages means that the net to gross area, that's the net saleable area from which you're going to get a receipt, is in the order of 75% on a good site, with a reasonable number of units to support that central core where you've got your communal facilities. On some of them it will be less than that, and on this one it is slightly better, and that's because we've got a larger number of houses as opposed to flatted accommodation. So that's one of the issues. The construction costs, obviously, that feeds into that because you've got to build more development in order to achieve your receipt. Other things that have a strong bearing on the viability include the startup costs and the empty property costs. For a village, you need to build out your communal facilities. You need to build out a large proportion of the stock. So it may be built in phases, as this one will probably be. Those phases tend to be about 50 units at a time, but people coming into the villages will want to see what they're going to be living in and will want to see, you know, a pretty much finished product, because they're older people. They don't want to have to wait 5 years till they, as you might on a housing scheme, to see the thing completed. You want to see that all of your facilities are there and ready to go, and you want to see that, to a large extent, the housing itself and the accommodation, you're not living in a building site, and that you've got that there. So, property has to be completed. That means that, and the facilities are completed, that means that there are costs of running those facilities and costs connected with those properties that are being completed, council tax, etc. And until the properties are become occupied, obviously the operator has to cover those costs, and therefore through the sale period, which is relatively long in relation to these products, then those costs have to be covered by the operator. So they are a significant cost in relation to viability, which is nearly always forgotten by viability consultants when they look at these for local plan work, I have to say. Although any viability assessment I have done, which has been connected with an actual application, those same consultants have always accepted that these costs exist. Sales rates, I touched on. The sales rates are slower than the residential market. So on average, we're probably looking at about two units a month in relation to perhaps double that on a residential scheme. Also very difficult to sell anything off plan because, again, people want to see what they're getting. So you might get a few reservations, but in most of the schemes I've seen built out of recent times, there have been very few reservations until the village actually opens. So those are perhaps the main areas of viability concern. There are others. Sales and marketing costs tend to be much higher than on a residential scheme, partly because of the length of your sales and marketing period, but also because it's a lot more intense. The people that are coming to see these will often come 2 or 3 times before they make a decision. They may well have their family come and look at them as well. They're often maybe collected and brought to the site, etc. So the sales and marketing costs are perhaps on average 4 to 5% of the GDV, as opposed to you'd expect no more than 2.5% on a residential scheme. So again, roughly double what they would be on a residential scheme. And then there are other things that are reflected in that. The risk return profit margin tends to be a bit higher from the they would like it to be higher because of the risks are greater with this type of product. But at the moment, that's something we're having to forego to bring projects forwards. So those are the main things that cover the issues that we have within the market that make viability very difficult.
Okay, next, the council carried out a viability appraisal in connection with the emerging local plan. I believe that was done by Three Dragons.
It was.
So
Yes, the Three Dragons did a viability test for the local plan. They have, in previous times, done some work in relation to older people's housing, and there's a report that they produced in 2013, which tends to be used quite frequently by those doing assessment for local authorities. Unfortunately, that is now somewhat out of date and doesn't really reflect the current, certainly doesn't reflect the type of IRC that retirement villages and a number of other operators are delivering these days. And I think their knowledge perhaps needs a bit of an update. They say in their report that they have tested an extra care scheme and a retirement living scheme, but they specifically mention that they have not tested a retirement village. They give the reason as being that they are variable in form and difficult to scope. I don't really accept that, because actually I act for a number of the operators, and I would say that they are all very similar when you look at these larger IRCs. So I think it could be done if they have the knowledge to do it. Their work is interesting in that their findings are that essentially extra care in particular is not viable and very financially challenging. They say that their findings that affordable housing in relation to older peaceful accommodation is simply not viable. And their appraisal of an extra care scheme shows a negative residual value of 4.5 million in the western part of the region, and then minus 1.7 million in the eastern part of the region, where values are slightly better, and we are in the eastern part of the region. So,
Yeah.
but both are negative by some extent.
Yes, I mean, that's the only evidence the council have. I know you're going to face questions, but there's not anything in the council's evidence about viability, is there?
No.
No. So we've no idea what you're going to be asked. We've got no idea what the council are going to rely upon. What we do know is they have got evidence, which no doubt they're mindful of, and that shows extra care being unviable, yes?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. That being the case then, where did that evidence...
Can I just clarify that? Is that they're not viable full stop, or they're not, there isn't any viability in them to seek an element of affordable housing on that?
There isn't any viability in them to seek an element of affordable housing.
Yeah, and the 1.7 million deficit for the eastern side, eastern part of the borough, is that assuming a policy compliant level of affordable housing?
That was with no affordable housing.
Yeah, so it's unviable even if you take all the affordable out?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is the council's evidence. That's the only evidence they have. Where does that leave the council's approach, if you like, in terms of its emerging plan? It on its own evidence acknowledges it just can't be provided.
It's somewhat strange that the emerging plan will require affordable housing, or at least it requires affordable housing subject to a viability test. But in doing that, that makes life very difficult for anyone wishing to seek a site in the region, because they will be doing that on the basis that they will have to deliver a viability test through planning, and therefore any offer they make for land is going to have to be on a subject to planning basis.
Yeah.
Which makes it difficult for them to then compete in the market with the C3 house builders.
One of the difficulties, obviously, is the ability to compete with the house builders, particularly the volume house builders. We know volume house builders operate in this area. We know Persimmon has a site at Windlesham. It has taken them 10 years since the planning permission, nearly 10 years, 9 years, to start the site. Why is it difficult, or what is the challenge presented for extra care operators when you have volume house builders who obviously, by definition, work on volume? I think in Persimmon's case, they have their own brickworks. What's the difficulty for IRC operators in this situation?
There are a number of difficulties which in particular are made more difficult by the stand which the local authority look as if they're going to take on their emerging local plan. There tend to be very few sites available or allocated specifically for this type of use within local plans, and therefore generally operators are competing on sites where house builders will be looking to develop. Because of their viability, it's generally the case that they aren't going to be able to compete with a house builder unless the affordable housing levels are taken down to zero.
Yeah, because
and that's even when when the house builder's delivering full policy compliant levels.
you said earlier that on a good site, you said this is a good site, they can achieve a net to gross ratio of 75%. What is the net to gross ratio for Persimmon?
On a house building site, that's likely to be close to 100%.
Yeah. And why is that? What is the difference which allows them to sell every square foot?
They'll mainly be selling houses, and within those houses, each square foot is of value, so they don't have any additional space. If it was a site in a town centre, say, including some flatted accommodation, then that would reduce the net to gross, because obviously within a flat there is some communal space which is not used. But
In the circulate, the stairwell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, the net to gross wouldn't be down at the levels that retirement villages are at. And it is another thing that the Three Dragons note in their viability assessment is that they say that flatted developments are not generally going to be able to deliver affordable housing because they have issues, them perhaps being at a 85% net to gross level in a typical flatted accommodation.
Yeah. Now, the inspector will see from the appeal decisions that what the IRC operators have been able to do is deal with sites on a speculative basis. So, we talked about Sonning Common, greenfield site, area of outstanding natural beauty. We talked about West Malling, Greenbelt site, greenfield site in Tonbridge and Malling. Shiplake, lots of others. There are greenbelt sites and so on. What's the difficulty now, given that the house builders can effectively move into greenbelt sites?
Yeah, I mean, we, as a part of the market, generally those are the areas that we've been looking at because the house builders are less likely to be competing on the land, and certainly that they've known that there are issues there for them. And therefore it has made us more able to compete on those sites. They tend to be difficult in planning terms, so as you say, a lot of them do end up in an appeal to get the permission, but that's the only way that we've been able to bring sites forward for development. With the introduction of the golden rules, etc., and the fact that house builders are now looking at green belt sites, then the issue that we have is that even if they are delivering high levels of affordable housing, then they are still more able to deliver a land value than we are in those areas. And we are being within those areas now, even if the local authority is down at a zero level of affordable housing, we're still having to deliver an element of affordable housing if we're going to comply with the golden rules, which in this case we can't.
Good, okay. Nearly there. Yeah, it's age-restricted developments. It's a broad term. There's lots of terminology used. The MPPF and the PPG venture into different types. Just help us with the difference, please. From a financial point of view, Mr. Williams can talk about it from an operator's point of view, but should we treat specialist accommodation for the elderly as a uniform product from a financial point of view?
No, it's not. There are a number of products there, and they have differing levels of viability. If we start with the retirement living type product, over 55s housing with no element of care, so not extra care. Those types of development can be smaller in general, probably 60 or 70 units, because they don't have the same levels of communal facilities or need for that. They are therefore better in terms of their net to gross. They are, as a result of that, they are more viable and don't have the same. They have their issues, but they don't have the same issues that extra care does. We then got care homes. Care homes are sort of at the other end of the scale. But they're a different product, and the way they come forward in the market is different. They tend to be built out by a developer, often with an end occupier in mind, but the end product can be sold up front. And that helps with the financing of a care home scheme. Here, you can't sell anything until you've built it out. So care homes tend to be slightly more viable than extra care. Extra care villages, even within extra care villages, there are some differences, but of the type that my client is trying to deliver, and also delivered by Audley, Rangeford, Inspired Villages, and others. Those are the ones that have the most issues in relation to viability.
Finally then, please, the issue about discounting. So this scheme is, it's a very special circumstance case, seeking to deliver a range of benefits, and that includes 23 affordable housing units. They are discounted market sale, 70% discount on the 11 two-bedroom flats, and 40% discount on 12 two-bedroom flats. There is now an additional requirement of an income cap on the households that acquire that at 50,000 and 70,000. Well, I saw it last anyway. Just help me with this, please. That's obviously not social rented. It's not affordable rent. You kind of clear about that. But it was acknowledged in cross-examination by the council's witness that those were unique levels of discount in their experience, very significantly greater than the 20% talked about in the MPPF as a minimum. Why are they set at those levels, please? Why are they set at 70% discount on 11 and 40% on 12?
Yes, they're at levels of discount that I haven't seen elsewhere. The levels of discount are set to try and give some equivalence with social rent and intermediate products, the value of the units on a pound per square foot basis with those discounts are similar to the levels that would be paid by an RP in the market if they were going to buy them and deliver them. Also, if you look at the mortgage that would be required, as set out in Mr. Bolton's work, then that mortgage repayment level would be similar to the levels of the target social rent levels. So equivalence in that respect also.
Which begs the question, if from a financial point of view they are near enough equivalent, why did you go down a policy compliant with the environment?
It's all about delivery, frankly. We are seeing that it is very difficult to deliver Section 106 affordable housing. I mentioned the site we had in Walthamstow. We went out to 46 RPs with no interest at all. The RPs are simply not interested in taking Section 106 packages at the moment. The majority of them have significant issues in relation to cladding still, and if they are developing, they are looking to develop out their own sites rather than take Section 106 sites. So what my client can't afford is to be in a position where they've got a permission but they can't move forward with it because they can't sell the affordable housing. This method allows them to ensure that that affordable housing can be brought forward for the benefit of local people, and it will benefit local people. Mr. Bolton sets out in his report that within those people living in social rented accommodation in the Surrey Heath area, 42% of those, I think, would be able to afford one of these properties, and that increases to 56% for the under 40s in those social rented properties. So there is a good market, and a lot of people can be helped in this way, and in delivering it in this way, we can ensure it is delivered rather than potentially have to come back and say, we've got no interest in this, we're going to have to take it out, sorry. Which is being the case, and I'm seeing it frequently. I've acted for a number of clients where we've had to go back to the local authority afterwards and say, sorry, no interest, we're going to have to take this out now.
Okay. And how long do you see that kind of circumstance continuing, where RSLs are unwilling or unable to take up Section 106 social rents and intermediate schemes?
It's been an issue for the last couple of years. Unfortunately, I can't really see it changing in the next couple of years, frankly. I think we will continue to have that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that theme, if we can, the non-self-built, custom-built houses are 100% affordable. It's 100% affordable because all 23 are, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
If it was policy compliance on the housing, at least, it would be 50% to get to the golden rules, and a 50-50 social rented, and the actual policy, as Melinda Friend pointed out, itself was intermediate, so social rented intermediate. So as we explored, as the Inspector corrected me, 40% for schemes over 15 units. To comply with the development plan, you'd have a small number of each type of unit. It'd be 40% of the, I suppose, the 100, because it would be the, it would include the self-build and then apply affordable to that. But anyway, remember during the inquiry I put to the council's witness basically 7 of one and 6 of the other. Okay, so let's imagine on your approach you've got a 70% discount on 11. So let's say it's 6 social rented, right? And then the 7 are something else. The local plan itself, as we explored in cross-examination at 5.30, talked about the difficulties of dispersal, having affordable housing in a dispersed location. To be fair, that refers to 2 to 3, groups of 2 to 3. But what is the difficulty, please, when you've got small numbers of a particular tenure, social rented, 6 or 7, just in one location, on one site, in the middle of these enormous mansions, for which there's no other similar social rented anywhere nearby?
It's the difficulties of management and management costs for an RP looking to acquire those. They just can't afford to have a lot of small numbers of properties dotted around in an area. It just doesn't work from them from a management point of view. So they prefer larger sites and hence wanting to build out their own sites.
The inspector asked, if I may say so, a very fair question, is, well, when do you think this might end? Because we know the government is going to invest, I think, 38 billion over a 10-year period, or they'd like to invest over a 10-year period. And, you know, the hope is that this will make it easier for registered providers and so on. Now, that announcement was made before the second war, the war that started about a month ago. Given these macroeconomic factors, what is your view? Can we have any certainty, despite that money coming forward, that everything's going to be all right in October, September, when Homes England start to distribute the first amounts of money?
I don't think we can be certain. I mean, I'm looking at a couple of sites for an authority in London where they're trying to deliver social rented homes. They've found a developer who's prepared to deliver those, but it's only because the authority has its own housing arm that they will come back to the authority within that housing arm. They couldn't find any other RPs that were interested in delivering them. So, and this is despite the fact of having significant grant money to help them do that, which is part of that grant money that is available for social rented properties, particularly in London at the moment.
Okay. The final point just on that is about where that leaves retirement villages. Let's imagine, and we don't know, but let's imagine planning permission is granted in about 6 to 8 weeks' time through an appeal decision. There's a landowner that they've been dealing with. They then purchase the site from the landowner because they've secured planning permission. And then, as a consequence of that, they want to build it out. And you've explained about put the facilities in and start building them and it not being a building site. And then they can't find an RP for 6 or 11, whatever it is, social rented. What's the difficulty then for retirement villages having built out a 150 plus unit retirement village and all the facilities that go with it?
Well, the difficulty in particular will be that the council will want to see those units delivered, and therefore there will be some stop on them being able to actually occupy the retirement homes until those properties have been delivered. So that essentially it leaves retirement villages in a very difficult position because they bought the site, they put money out on it, they started building out, they can't find an RP to take those, and they're in trouble then financially, very, very deep trouble at that point. So I would suggest that probably you're not going to start if you haven't got an RP, and therefore, as I've seen in numerous cases, it'll be a case of going back to the local authority and saying, sorry, we can't find one, we're we're going to have to take it out.
Yeah, and then you go through the Section 73
Then you go
route,
through,
and you
yeah.
try and remove it all, and so on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Garside.
Thank you, Mr Young. Mr Atkinson.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd just like to understand the scope of your evidence. And if we start with the proof, and you address this in the introduction and scope. And if I've understood paragraph 2.8 correctly, in your proof, you set out, rather than the appeals site's viability, you talk about the general different typologies. That's the intention of the proof. And the actual viability of the appeals site is dealt with in the FVA itself, which is a separate document at CD 5.4.
Indeed.
Is that correct?
The proof explains the viability issues in relation to the typology of development in general,
Yeah.
and then the FVA is the specifics of that site.
And then in your proof, you refer back to the FVA at section 7, where you set out a short section dealing with the viability of the appeal scheme, essentially referring back to the FVA itself.
Indeed, yes. At the point I wrote the proof, we had submitted the viability assessment.
That's right,
and
yeah.
I was expecting to hear back from the council and maybe have a discussion about it and some agreement on it, but that didn't happen in the end. I believe they looked at the assessment and they got an assessor to review it for them, but they chose not to take that further then.
And then broadly, and you explain this at 2.6 in your proof, the purpose of the FVA itself, if you like, is a sort of insurance policy, if you like, were emerging policy H6 to come and be adopted during the appeal process.
It's more of the proof is more explaining the difficulties that this type of development has coming forward in the market, and therefore in relation to those difficulties and the planning position, whether sites are allocated or not allocated, and how these things have to come forward, it's to explain that there are difficulties there, and therefore the fact that this is coming forward is in itself unusual, and that
In light of
viability
the-
should be considered in relation to the very special circumstances case also.
Yeah, I see. So what you say, the phrase you use, unusual, I think, did you say? You mean that because of what the Three Dragons report says?
The Three Dragons report states that the viability is difficult for extra care, but in
Nonetheless, there is a policy coming forward.
there is a policy coming forward, but yes, but in general, viability is difficult for this typology of development, and therefore it is an issue bringing it forward. Yes.
Could we turn up the FVA, please, then, first? Just a couple of questions to make sure I've understood this correctly. It's at CD 5.4. Now, essentially, you say in here that the expected profit is well below what might be expected. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And at table 3, which is on PDF 22, have I read this correctly? That suggests a profit, in this case, of, what is it, just over 4%, or is the IRA? Is that,
No, it's just over 4%.
Yeah.
And in terms of a financial viability assessment, we would generally look at between 17.5% and 20%.
Yeah, exactly. So it's well short of what is usually
Yes.
expected. So in crude terms, could it be said that what is proposed is not viable?
It isn't viable, yes.
But nonetheless, and you explain in the FVA, there is an affordable, there is a planning obligation offer, and are the figures at table 3, are they taking account of the planning obligation, the affordable housing, or are they before or after?
They reflect the affordable housing. The appraisal itself is in Appendix G, and that appraisal includes the 11 units at 70% discount and the 12 units at the
And on the table,
discount.
Sorry,
Sorry, the other way around.
on the table is the figure we're looking at for the planning obligation / SIL 5 down, the 656,803. Is that broadly the
Those
cost?
those are other Section 106 sums.
Right. So sorry, maybe I haven't understood properly, but the 4% profit, just over, that's after the affordable housing on table 3.
That is after
Yeah,
the
I see.
affordable housing, yes. And the Section 106 figure, the 656,000, was a figure we've been provided with as being an estimate of the potential Section 106 costs.
That's other than affordable
Section
housing.
106, yeah. Other financial 106 costs
I see.
that the council will require.
And then the obligations, you set out in your summary of the FEA section, affordable housing, if you like, it's section 7.1. That's essentially the affordable housing offer.
Indeed, yes.
Correct. And you also make clear there at section 7.5 that any requirement for further benefits would make the scheme undeliverable at the current time. So, have I understood correctly? You're saying it's currently unviable. Anything else would make it undeliverable. There's a distinction.
Yeah, it's a question of the viability is not there, but it is delivering a small profit. But the further you push that viability down and reduce that profit further, then there comes a point at which the client just can't deliver it.
Walks
Says, "No,
away.
We can't do it."
So there is a distinction then in your mind between viability and deliverability.
Yes.
And this scheme currently falls between them. You'd say it's not viable, but it's not deliverable.
It's not viable, but it's not deliverable.
Yeah.
If yeah,
That's the way of putting it. I'm thinking like Greenbelt plan.
we would. Yes, the client, shall we say, it's in a better position than some of them that I have looked at recent times, and that's partly because, as I explained, this is a as a large site which has enabled quite a number of the properties, more than half of the properties on it, to come forward as cottages or housing as opposed to flats, and therefore that has improved the net to gross ratio and therefore improved viability. A lot of the schemes I look at have a negative value, as indeed the Three Dragons found in their own assessment.
Yeah, and you go on to explain it in the same section that the reason why, despite the unviability, the reason why these developers have chosen to make the affordable housing offer is because they are the actual operator and they're taking a long-term view.
Indeed.
Rather than somebody just wanting to get planning permission, sell it and move on.
Yes, yes. I mean, it is very important that you have an operator. If you don't have an operator on these schemes, it's unlikely that they are going to come forward.
That's understood, but that doesn't explain the long-term commitment, doesn't explain the excess policy from policy requirements, if you like, for the affordable housing on the C3, does it?
Sorry, could you?
Well,
repeat that?
as we've just been discussing, what is provided by way of affordable housing on the C3 element is in excess of the policy requirement, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that isn't explained, is it, by the long-term view which the operators are taking of this site?
No, but it's there to assist the council and put the best offer forwards that we can in terms of achieving planning and making that very special circumstances case.
Finally, on the FVA itself, you've explained why the costs are greater for age-specific developments. Isn't it also true that on the other side of the balance there is an ongoing income which a conventional owner-occupier house wouldn't generate? Because once you sell a flat or a property, there's a service charge, isn't there? Which
There's a service charge, certainly, yes, because as I explained, there are a number of facilities within the village,
mm-hmm.
and therefore there are a number of jobs created, a number of people that are working in these villages, and those costs have to be met. So there's approximately 30 people, and it's probably largely that cost of those people working in the villages that create this this cost, which is covered by that service charge then.
Understood, but the point I'm getting at, sorry, I probably haven't expressed this very clearly. You're contrasting, as I understand it, the additional costs which fall to a age-specific provider as compared to a conventional housing provider. And you explaining the net to gross value is much higher for a house because it's all used and there's no communal areas. The other side of that is once a developer sold a house, that's it, that's all the income which
Yes.
he is going to get, whereas for an age-specific, there's the sale, but then there's the ongoing service charge, which is an income to the operator. Is that correct?
It's an income, but it's an income to cover a cost, so it's not a profit.
All right. Thank you then. Turning to your proof, and you've already touched on this when you explained that the policy excessive affordable housing was calibrated in order to contribute to the very special circumstances case. If we turn to para 7.7 of your proof, one of the purposes of the proof is to allow you to say, as you have, that significant weight ought to be given to the affordable housing because essentially it's barely viable. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you also say, final paragraph 8.8, because of it's being barely viable, it's not an offer which is likely to be repeated by any other provider.
Yes, it's because it's difficult to deliver and because the council don't make provision within their local plan for extra care sites, then it is unlikely to come forward elsewhere.
Now, we've heard already, and it's in the evidence, and we've heard it in the inquiry, the prospect or the possibility of the appellants putting forward a golden rules compliance scheme as an alternative. And that would require, I think, a further 16 affordable housing units. And I think we agreed about this, but I think what that means is to be golden rules compliant would require 50% on the C3 element, which is 16. Mm-hmm. That's my learned friend going into a bit of difficulty with his figures a moment ago. Plus, because there is no policy for the C2 element, 15% on the 154 comes to 23. Add those up, that's 39, which is 16 more than the 23 currently offered. Mm-hmm. And that would make it golden rules compliant. Now, I think what you're saying is that any more affordable housing would make the scheme undeliverable.
Yes, there's a significant cost in delivering every affordable unit. So.
And it's also right that if you became golden rules compliant, you wouldn't be able to rely on the viability study, would you, to justify not meeting those rules?
That may know the answer.
Well, he addresses it.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, actually. Could you put it again?
Well, the PPG, I mean, this is dealt with by Mr. Garside. Paragraph 3.5 of your proof. And the PPG, well, you know this, Mr. Garside. The PPG basically says if you're relying on the golden rules as a kind of special category of development in the Greenbelt, and one of the elements of that is the affordable housing. What you're not allowed to do is say, well, in this case, we aren't able to deliver the affordable housing required because of viability. That's broadly what the PPG says, isn't it?
That would relate to the viability assessment itself, but my
Yeah.
proof is wider than that. It explains why we have difficulty in the market, and therefore simply why this scheme wouldn't come forward generally.
But you
so
wouldn't- sorry.
It's a slightly different issue.
Well, you wouldn't be able to rely on the FVA, which you've
The FEA
found.
itself, but the viability issues in relation to the typology of development are still very important in
Yeah.
looking at
Well-
how this type of development can come forward in the market and whether it is deliverable within a council's area based on their planning policy.
You'll be picking that up with Mr. Henderson, I imagine, as a point in these efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does say what it says there, and that is part of why we are where we are, exactly. And this witness, I had forgotten that he put that in, so it's perfectly fine to ask him questions about that. But yeah, we will address that, because at the moment, the government's guidance is that you don't need me to tell you, it is only guidance, and it could be circumvented by other material considerations anyway. But that's what it says, and that's partly what's led us to this point.
Yeah, okay, I don't think we quite bottomed that out. So I think you accepted that the FVA, which is, of course, site-specific, you couldn't rely on that were you to be Golden Rules compliant.
If we were seeking to be Golden Rules compliant, no.
That's right. But what you're saying is, but there is a distinction between the FVA itself, which is site-specific, and your evidence, which talks more generally about the typologies of age-restricted. All right. Thank you, Mr. Garside. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Just one question for you, Mr. Garside. You were asked questions about potential income stream from service charges, and the fact that those service charges, I think the answer to that question was the service charges as such to cover costs, that they're not intended to provide a profit stream thereafter. But can I ask you the question, in terms of the sales value of the products that are sold, so the units that are sold, I'm assuming the cost of those reflects the value that the occupant would get in having access to communal facilities, unlike on, say, a market scheme where clearly they wouldn't have access to any communal facilities. So is there a degree of profit, as it were, coming from the sales value rather than necessarily an income stream from a service charge?
Yes, in general, the gross development value for this type of property is higher than the market sales rates. So the rate that I use in my appraisal is just below £700 per square foot for the properties. Normal residential property in this area is probably £550 to £600 a foot. So there is a
difference, and that is included in your calculations in terms of viability.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Garside. We're quite early, but I think it's probably appropriate to take lunch now early, and then we'll move on to the last two. So we are 20 to 12. If I say we come back at 12:30, or is there?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I just say, I don't intend to call my planning witness today. What I'm intending to do is we'll hopefully finish early. Some of us need to get elsewhere.
People have to travel back, so I do try and plan it so that Fridays are a little bit easier and we can all get off a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, I'm certainly prepared to press on before before lunch with another witness. I don't know whether that's sensible.
I'd rather we did what you suggested, so we have lunch until 12:30, and then I think we're on course for maybe a 3 o'clock finish, which I think would suit everybody. If we have lunch now, that'll help focus.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, so we're adjourned then until 12:30. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. 12:30 and the inquiry is resumed. We now move on to the next two witnesses for the appellant. The first one of those being Mr. Ben Bycroft, relating to housing land supply. Mr. Young.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. Pycroft, if I could introduce you, I'll do that. Oops, by the virtue of the main proof of evidence. Your 1.3, your name is Benjamin Michael Pycroft, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You have a BA Honours degree and a postgraduate diploma in town planning from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, is that right?
Yes,
You're a senior director of Emery Planning and based in Macclesfield in Cheshire, is that right?
that's correct, yeah.
Good. You set out your duty there and you explain about your proof of evidence. I'll take the rest as read, if I may, and just begin with the agreed matters. If we take up the Statement of Common Ground on housing land supply, that's CD 8.38, 8.38,
Yes,
and
that's that, thank you.
39 is the attached, or is the associated Scott schedule. Good, okay. So what's agreed?
So this is the, it starts at section 2. Sorry, I've got a hard copy of page 2 of the Statement of Common Ground. I think the electronic copy might be a couple of pages behind that. But in section 2, we see the matters agreed in terms of 5-year housing land supply are effectively that we need to assess this in the context of the framework. The base date for calculating the 5-year housing land supply is the 1st of April 2025. And the 5-year period runs to 31st of March 2030. Both parties agree that the 5-year supply in this case should be calculated against the local housing need, which is calculated itself with reference to the standard method set out in the PPG, and that we agree that it's 688 dwellings per annum. There's a difference between us as to whether that should then be reduced due to a contribution to meet some unmet need from Surrey Heath in Hart, which we'll come on to. It's agreed that the buffer is 5%. Over the page, we agreed that there is a contribution made by older people's accommodation. I think this came up the other day as well here, with reference to the respective paragraphs in the PPG that tell us how much should be included in the 5-year supply, and we include a few examples there of other sites, other older people's accommodation sites that are already included in the 5-year supply. And then critically, of course, the final agreed matter is that the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply, but it's the level of the supply and therefore the extent of the shortfall that's not agreed.
And that's 707, isn't it? That's the difference.
That's correct, yeah.
And we know that in the standard method world, that's just over a year's supply difference.
Yes, that's right. The requirement each year is 688.
As the inspector observed, that's not an insignificant difference. Council have talked about a range. The first thing I want to ask you about are, in terms of the disputed issues, there's this issue about a reduction by 41 dwellings. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, so I cover this in section 6 of my proof of evidence, which starts on page 23. And effectively, what the council here, Surrey Heath, does is, as I said, uses the local housing need of 688 and then from that removes 41 per year. The 41 per year comes from a commitment by Hart Council, neighbouring authority, and its commitment in its plan to deliver 731 homes of unmet need in Surrey Heath, and the 731 homes equates to 41 dwellings per year. That's already set out in the Hart plan, in its policy and supporting text. In its policy SS1 of the Hart local plan, and the supporting text is in paragraph 90 of the Hart plan. However, in Hart's response to Surrey Heath's draft local plan, Hart's view was not to resile away from the commitment to meet unmet need, but its case is that it's already addressed that unmet need. So the 731 homes figure equates to 533 homes over overlapping plan periods. And what Hart says is, well, we've already met that.
What's the hot local plan period?
The Hart local plan period goes up to 2032, sir. It's 2014 to 2032. And the overlapping period of Surrey Heath's local plan starts in 2019. But the key point that Hart are making is, well, we've already met the 533 figure. That would be the figure that overlaps before 2024. And that their response to the local plan in the Regulation 19 is included in my Appendix 5A. For your reference, so we probably don't need to turn it up, just the reference there as to why they say that they've already delivered that. And then also in their response, this is on my page 24, Hart suggested that a main modification is made to the Surrey Heath plan. Yeah, to the emerging plan, so yep, correct. And in the draft, there's a suggested main modification by Hart Council was to effectively say, yes, we're going to meet 533 homes of Surrey Heath's unmet need, but reference can be made to the surplus of housing completions compared to the local plan requirement, i.e., it's already met that in the earlier stages of both plans, effectively. Hart's plan beginning at 2014 and Surrey Heath's emerging plan beginning at 2019. That main modification was then supported by Surrey Heath and is, while they're not at their main modification consultation, you'll be aware, sir, and others, that at the time that the plan was submitted, they already started a schedule of main modifications at that stage. This was one of them, i.e. Surrey Heath accepts the proposal made by Hart in that regard. And then the second piece of evidence that I refer to on this is Hart's housing land supply position statement, which is appended at my EP5B. And effectively, what that says is Hart's plan has now become more than 5 years old. It now calculates its 5-year housing land supply against its own local housing need and makes no adjustment in the calculation for meeting Surrey Heath's unmet need. So, i.e., if Surrey Heath were right to remove 41 units per year from their local housing need, one would expect to see that reflected in Hart's position on its own 5-year housing land supply, and we don't see that. So in short, because we are looking at a 5-year period, as I said before, that starts at 1st of April 2025, and Hart are saying that the unmet need has already been met before 2024, there's no justification to now reduce the local housing need over our 5-year period.
So basically, they say it's been met, so job done. Don't double dip, effectively. Don't discount again.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Second area of dispute then is the extent of the deliverable supply. There are 7 disputed sites. That adds up to nearly 500, to 492. The respective positions are set out in the schedule.
That's correct, yeah.
What would you like to add in respect to those?
Well, there are 7 sites. There is some overlapping issues, and perhaps if it would be helpful for me just to say in brief what my case is on each of the sites, sir. So the first one, they are, as I say, there are overlapping issues, but the first 2 are relatively comparable in that they are both draft allocated sites in the emerging local plan. They don't have planning permission. They don't have a planning application pending determination. the question is there clear evidence that housing completions will begin in the 5-year period? What I've done in my proof is had a look at the SLAR, the Strategic Land Availability Assessment, and what the council's evidence has been in that. I've addressed that in my proof of evidence, which starts on page 26 on section 7. And then subsequent to that, we've got the council's comments in the Scott schedule, which is core document 8.39. But I'm of the view that none of these sites has the required clear evidence for their inclusion, with reference to the definition of deliverable in the framework on page 72, with reference to the associated guidance at paragraph 68007 in the PPG, and to the appeal decisions that I refer to in my proof of evidence, and it's in appendix EP1 of that. And then I also provide some examples where councils have provided what they considered to be clear evidence in Braintree and some Oxfordshire authorities, but the decision makers, including inspectors and the Secretary of State, have found that that wasn't clear evidence. But the reason why I include that, and I raise it now at the outset before we go have a look at the sites, is that in my view, those councils had produced more than Surrey Heath has. You get a chance to have a look at the SLAR, and you get a chance to have a look at the Scott schedule, we can compare that. And whilst they provided more evidence, what they thought was clear evidence, that was still rejected. So my view is, well, we've got less detail here and further away from meeting the test of clear evidence for the inclusion.
So that's the London Road regeneration block that Camberley Station.
It is. If I could just raise just a couple of sort of nuances on those two sites. So on the first one, it's marketed for sale. I've included the marketing particulars at EP6. What that means is we don't have a developer, so therefore we don't have a written agreement with the developer in terms of their lead-in times and build rate assumptions. The reason why I raise that is that's one of the examples in the PPG, sir, that the guidance refers to as an example of clear evidence. The Camberley Station site, again, another apartment block scheme. The developer there, I don't think we've got the name of them, but they've been involved in the site several years. They've been at pre-application since 2023, as set out in my evidence. That hasn't led to the submission of a planning application. There is a commitment by the council here to provide car parking for a future scheme, because the car parking that would be required can't be delivered on the site, as well as the accommodation. But as we see in my appendix EP7, the dates for the commitment to release effectively council-owned car parking have got dates that don't tally with the council's trajectory for the site. But in short, these two are comparable because they're apartment schemes without planning applications, planning permissions, written agreement with the developers. In my view, no clear evidence for their inclusion. They should be excluded. The next three sites, if I may, are relatively small. Similar points on two of them. Site 3, Burwood House Hotel, and Site 5, which is Broadford. Neither of those have planning applications made. We don't have a written agreement. Wouldn't know the timescales. Absence of clear evidence, I say remove. The other site, Site 4, Threepwood, that does have a planning application pending determination made in February earlier this year. It's for 15 dwellings, but there was a previous application that had been made on the site that had been refused and dismissed at appeal. So my view on that site as well have the reasons for refusal been, and the reasons why the appeal was dismissed on that site been addressed with the new application. No clear evidence to demonstrate that it has, so also remove that site from the supply. Site 6, this is a site that has got outline planning permission for 135 dwellings. That was allowed at appeal last year, 12th of March 2025. A reserved matters application hasn't been made. Applications to discharge conditions, including pre-commencement conditions, hasn't been made. There's no clear evidence of firm progress being made towards the submission of a reserved matters application. The SLA doesn't provide any, that's CD 4.14, that doesn't provide any information with that in that regard, nor does the Scott schedule at CD 8.39. A written agreement, again, between the developer and the council hasn't been provided. We don't know who the developer is. The outline planning application wasn't made by a house builder. No clear evidence of firm progress being made towards site assessment work. So effectively, as a Category B site, whilst the onus is on the council to provide clear evidence, it hasn't done so in that case, in this case of this site, and therefore it doesn't meet the definition of deliverable and should be removed. And then the final site is a Category A site. It is deliverable. I accept it's deliverable. It's under construction at the moment, but the dispute is in relation to the build-out rates. This is a site that has had planning permission since 2014. It has been delivering homes since 2019, and effectively what I set out in my proof of evidence is the various phases of the site where all of the phases have got permission for reserved matters, or some of it was actually a full planning permission as part of an original hybrid. And I explain what the build rates have been to date, and what I found is that the average build rate has been around 30 dwellings per year per developer, which is what I apply to the remaining phases over the 5-year period, which would be 90 dwellings per year. But I also add in, there is, you'll have picked up, so there's some elements of this that are conversion of buildings to flats in their separate phases. I've included those in as well, to effectively end with a build rate of 125 dwellings per annum, which is also the build rate that the council applied in its previous position statement, the 1st of April 2024, or the SLA from 2024. Sorry, 2023, but published in 2024. So I say that we should use those build rates because that actually shows the empirical evidence as to what's been happening on the site by the same house builders, same market, rather than an uplift which isn't, in my view, been evidenced. And that, for those reasons, that's why there's a difference between us on the deliverable supply.
Okay, other matters then, you dealt with the contribution of extra care to private land supply, I think. Is that right?
Yes, so I raised that at the beginning in terms of the agreed matters. I just wanted to flag up that it is an agreement that extra care would contribute to the 5-year housing land supply. There are examples in the statement of common ground at paragraph 2.8 which include extra care units, and effectively, for our purposes, they're included on a 1-for-1 basis, because whilst they're C2, it's to do with the nature of the proposal.
Good. 5-year land supply upon adoption, the council say they will have 5-year land supply upon adoption. Your observation?
Yeah, so we can't sit here and conclude that that will be the case today, and that's for two reasons. Firstly is on the requirement side. I've raised already the issue with Hart and its contribution to the to Surrey Heath. That matter is going to be addressed, or is being addressed, through the local plan examination, and it's currently with the inspector for consideration. It was raised at the hearing sessions. So we don't know what the base requirement is. We don't yet know what the plan period base date is going to be. I raised before, sir, in answer to your question, that the draft version starts at 2019, but there is an outstanding query, again, with the local plan examination at the moment as to whether that should be moved closer to the current time. And as a result of that, that will affect whether there's any shortfall or surplus. If it moves to 2024, which has been indicated, there will be a shortfall that also needs to be addressed in the 5-year period. So effectively, we don't know what the requirement is going to be for the plan. Therefore, we don't know what the 5-year house and land supply requirement is going to be. And then the other reason why I say that there wouldn't be a supply on adoption is because even if you were to take the 280 figure, remember from the stepped requirement that was raised the other day, the inquiry, even if we use the 280 figure, sorry, I meant to say, and I think it's already been addressed, come 1st of July, this authority, even with an adopted plan, will need to apply a 20% buffer to the 5-year calculation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be adopted before July. What you mean is when it gets adopted,
yes,
it instantly has to provide a 6-year supply.
Correct.
Yeah, because
correct.
it's less than 80%.
That's correct, yeah. Again, we don't know what the annual requirement is going to be yet, but even on the 280 figure or on the 321 figure, it's less than 50% of local housing need, so therefore less than 80%. Paragraph 78C of the framework says that 20% buffer needs to be applied. Quite right, the plan isn't going to be adopted before 1st of July, so on the basis that the 20% buffer is going to apply even against the 280 figure, and my supply figure is set out in my evidence, it would equate to 4.8 years, and against the 321 figure, i.e. with no Hart contribution over the plan period, 20% buffer, my supply figure, 4.2 years, which is why I say we can't say that there will be a 5-year supply on adoption, and my view is there won't be, for the reasons why I explained on both supply and requirement.
Good. I just wanted to ask you about this. I mean, obviously, in this case, the council have not presented through any witness or any proof of evidence, any evidence to counter yours. There have been comments made that are on the Scottish schedule, but they're not spoken to by a witness. They only have the status of a piece of written evidence. The concern sometimes is, well, if the inspector concludes on your figures, since they are uncontested, then does that cause problems down the line? Can I just ask you this? Does anything stop the council at another appeal, particularly, say, around the time that the plan has been adopted, from presenting evidence, and in particular this test of clear evidence, in relation to any of the sites at any future appeal?
No, there wouldn't be anything preventing the council from doing so at a future case.
Yeah, because councils can invite in local plan inspectors to make a adjudication, a ruling in respect of whether there is a 5-year land supply. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, but as I understand it, Surrey Heath haven't gone down that route.
No, they haven't asked for that, although it is set out in the Strategic Land Availability Assessment what the calculation would be, but that's on the basis of its figures, and as I say, there's, it's over to the local plan inspector to take a view on the supply and these nuances with regard to the requirement that are raised.
Yes, and we know, don't we, that the government ministers have said that it is acceptable to adopt plans, but without a 5-year land supply. So South Worcestershire being an example, I think Uttlesford as well. One of the ways to get around the difference in the numbers between the standard method and the figures, say, well, there's your plan, you've adopted it, but actually you don't need to demonstrate a 5-year land supply, because we're not in the scenario, paragraph 49 of the 2012 MPPF and what followed from that. So, I mean, is that an option here, that the inspector could conclude, look, I don't think you've got a 5-year land supply, more sites would then come forward, but it wouldn't prevent the plan from being adopted?
Yes, that's right, yeah, and
Yeah.
as you say, it's happened in other areas that I'm aware of.
Yeah, because in the reality, and we touched on this, and I touched on it in cross-examination, a standard method figure of 688, contributing to the 370,000 a year to get to 300,000 a year, or 1.5 million over the Parliament. The figure here is 280 at the moment on the basis of the Regulation 19 plan, submitted plan, rising, I think, to 320 in the last 6 years. Is
That's
that
right, yeah.
So not even half of the standard method figure. So is the plan, if it stays on those figures, addressing local housing needs in this area as defined by the government through the standard method?
No, it's not, and that's part of the reason for the 20% buffer applying, and that's part of the reason why an immediate start on a new plan will be required to bridge that gap. It's, it's such a huge difference between what is coming forward as a requirement here and what the actual needs are as calculated by standard method.
Yeah, well, we'll deal with Mr. Henderson next week on how much land has actually been allocated for development through this plan, the emerging plan, I should say. But those are all my questions. Were there any other points that you wanted to raise?
Not from me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Atkinson.
Actually, one question, which is, Mr. Pycroft, are you able to answer whether does IRC, which is what's suggested here, the community, the delivery, is that in your judgment a development involving the provision of housing for the purposes of 156 of the framework?
That would be a question for Mr. Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Anything in re-exam? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pycroft. I don't envy you your expertise in what is a mind-blowing part of the planning system. Who knows? At some point it might get simplified, but I doubt it.
If I could let my MD know that would be great. So
Okay. Well, thank you all for your help this week in. Oh my goodness! I'm ahead of myself by a witness, aren't I? I do apologise. You've been waiting all week, Mr. Williams. Now is your time. Would you care to come on up? Mr. Young, back to you.
Mr. Williams, if I can introduce you to the inquiry, you are Alex Williams, is that right? You are employed as a senior development manager by Retirement Villages, is that correct? Yes. And you joined the company in September 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
You have 15 years postgraduate experience in the real estate industry. You hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Real Estate Management from Oxford Brookes University, is that right?
Yes.
And you've been a chartered member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors since May 2015, is that right?
That's correct.
Prior to joining RV, you held positions at development consultancies, GVA Consulting, now Avison Young, and a senior land manager at St George PLC, totaling 9 years service. Is that right?
That's right.
Good. Thank you very much. You explained the twofold role you have at the appellant company, which is you source the land for new development and then you manage it through the planning and design process. Is that right?
That's right.
You giving evidence is in the context of fully acknowledging you act for the appellant, yes?
Yes.
So whereas everybody else is an independent witness, you are a witness of the appellant. Is that right?
Yes.
But together with your predecessor, Mr. Flintoff, he and you now, I suppose, are giving evidence to just explain a little bit more about how Extra Care operates, how retirement villages operate. Is that right?
That's right.
That's not to talk about need, that's not to talk about viability or any of these things. It's just to explain what it is. Is that the case?
Yes, happy to do so.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you very much. What I'm keen to do then, so the witness has identified some topics that he would like to go through, and if you're happy, I don't think this is going to take very long, but I'd just like to cover those topics now. And I've gone to pains to point out that this is a company witness. I think you'll understand why I'm doing that. There are scenarios where companies bring forward, as their planning witness, somebody who works for the company. I have a view about that we are not doing that with Mr. Henderson's evidence or indeed anybody else's evidence. Okay, so Mr. Williams, just tell me a little bit, please, about Extra Care generally. We call it Extra Care, then we call it Integrated Retirement Living. It's got lots of different names. What is it?
There's a very useful table that sits in my proof of paragraph, just below paragraph 35, and that's been produced by ARCO, and that outlines the difference between simply retirement housing, which does not have an element of care within it, and then it has in the middle grouping IRCs, which is also defined as extra care, and within a typical extra care community, we were talking self-contained units. Typically, IRCs are larger schemes compared to retirement communities without care. They have higher amenity, higher staff presence. Obviously, there is access to personal care. We have 24-hour on-site emergency support, and we have access to meals. And we're also the long-term operator. We hold the freeholds, and they are managed into perpetuity. That's not always the case on simply a retirement housing, which is usually light on amenity, doesn't have access to care in them.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. Members of the public, and councillors included, talk in a general sense about the operators. Names that everybody has heard of are McCarthy and Stone and Churchill, yes?
Yes.
And, we all know that they've had bad press, shall we say, diminishing values of properties, and the councillor sort of touched on this, councillors touched on this. Are McCarthy and Stone and Churchill doing the same as you?
No, they have some similarities. They also have self-contained units. They do have some amenity, but it's amenity light. They don't have access to care. They are a more common type of product. Extra care is far less common than retirement housing. I think that's due to the cost of providing them, and that the model's operationally complex. But no, they're different. They have more of a historically, at least, more of a development model buy, build, sell, and trade their freeholds. But they also, by virtue of being smaller, they can have higher service charges and that aren't very resilient to a rise in operating costs, like staffing costs, etc. So we are different, certainly.
Okay, I suppose acid test, are they ARCO members? Did they belong to the ARCO organisation?
No, quite notably, those two, despite being the two biggest brands in retirement, are not ARCO members.
No. Just to assist the inquiry, give me some examples of other ARCO members. Obviously, Retirement Villages is one of the largest, but who else?
We have Rangeford, Inspired Villages, Audley, Elysian. There is Extracare Charitable Trust. There's a range, but they all, crucially, they all have access to care inside their communities.
Okay. How big is Retirement Villages? How many villages do you have?
Currently, it's 16.
16.
16.
Yeah.
By the end of this year, actually late summer, we'll have 2 more, so we'll be at 18.
Okay. Where are they?
They're both in Kent. They're one at Westmoreland and the other one in Tunbridge Wells.
Yes. Okay. So we talked about Westmoreland earlier. One of the appeal decisions going quite some back. It's then been subject to revisions and so on. Is that right? And opening this year, is that the intention?
That's right. Hopefully in August.
And Tunbridge Wells opening this year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now they've obviously been work in progress, if you like, for a number of years. This one, it'll all depend on the planning permission, of course, whether it's granted or dismissed. But can I just ask you about the marketplace now and the conditions that you're operating under in trying to bring sites forward? Because we heard from Mr. Garside, who described the nature of bill costs and various other factors. What is the situation now going forward with other schemes that you've been looking at, promoting and so on?
It's as difficult as it's been in my career, which is 15 years long. The last option, or last contract that I entered into to acquire a site was actually this one in 2023. I have not been able to secure another one since, especially since the Golden Rules came into play. I think because that has allowed the house builders to be in sites which we're not competitive against. We've really struggled with build costs since the mini budget, obviously COVID. We've been in a very inflationary period with a flatlining of sales values, and that has squeezed margins. We found it extremely difficult for flatted products in particular. And Mr. Garside alluded to this, that the flats have the disadvantage of having weaker net to gross ratio. So, most IRCs have generally been flatted development historically. That's been a lot harder for us. So, yes, it's a very, very difficult environment to find viable sites at the moment, and that has led to a slowdown, frankly, in on our development pipeline. We've even had to pause a site that we recently got permission for last year in Elstree. It's not to say that we won't build it out. We really like the site. It's just it's on pause for now.
Because
well, we can't fund that at the moment. Our owners won't fund that because the returns just aren't there.
and the funders are the insurance company.
Yes.
So I believe it's AXA that sits
correct.
behind Retirement Villages, and it's L&G who sit behind Inspired Villages. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're UK or international investment funds that are behind them. They are not prepared to fund Elstree. Elstree houses or flats?
Elstree is nearly all flats. It's 140 1 homes from memory. We've got 8, so they're nearly all flats. There's 8 cottages at the back,
Okay, yeah.
largely flatted.
Yeah, and
it's
is that part of the difficulty at Elstree, the fact they're nearly all flats?
Flats, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right. This one is progressing. We've already seen what the profit is, or the lack of it. But why are you able to progress this one? What's different about this compared with Elstree?
Well, this one makes suboptimal profit, but it does make profit. It's not underwater. The main difference, I mean, Elstree is a nice area. This is obviously also a nice area. The main difference is in the cost of delivery. Elstree is flatted. This is more than half of the units on this site will be cottages and bungalows. They have a cheaper build cost. They're also they're desirable for the customer residents. Bungalows are highly desirable, and I don't think there are any C2 bungalows with care in the whole district. So we think the proposition here is better, and the build cost is slightly lower than Elstree. So that's the difference.
And if it's not flats, or nearly all flats, what does that allow you to do in terms of building out, please?
A larger scheme, more acreage, with cottages will allow us to phase the scheme. So we're not in a tough market like this where it's hard to sell at a quick velocity. You can manage your cost exposure. We don't want to overcommit money to find that the sales are hard, which has been hard, frankly, nationally.
So, and that's, I think, reflected in Mr. Garside's evidence, which is that you're selling over a significant period of time. You've got the financial costs associated with that, and as a consequence, it has that effect.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Describe for me a typical resident then, because if there is such a one, who is a typical resident of a scheme like this?
They're all different. They all have different drivers for moving in. But a typical resident for us, despite the age restriction, we have a 65-year minimum age requirement for our communities. But in reality, it's significantly older. We find that residents will be, at the point of moving in, they average about 79 years old. And actually, in a mature community, it's mid-80s.
And when you mean mature, you mean they've been there a while?
Yeah. A typical resident is living alone. Our occupancy ratio is 1.3 residents per unit. That's a little bit more at the start, obviously. It's a little bit less in a mature community. Residents are more able-bodied than you would see, obviously, in a care home, but they've all got some need, some push factor that has made them make this life choice.
Yeah, because the inspector in Stratford people, Stratford, you don't move into this unless you need it.
Yeah.
So no one's going to pay for the minimum amount of care unless you need it, and so they have care needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What are residents looking for, please, when they move in? What are they looking for?
The biggest driver is they want a degree of care and support. Ideally, they want something which is discreet, but they want it available, and particularly in the event of an emergency, the 24-hour support. They obviously hope not to use this, but they need it there for their peace of mind. So the care and support, and then also there's convenience. They want the reduction in chores, cleaning. They don't want property maintenance. They want to be near friends, be able to socialise. So that speaks to community. So activities. Being in a compact village, you can be near friends, you can make new friends, and actually a lot of we find a lot of people coming in as individuals have been lonely for quite some time. So this is a great solution for them. There are so many reasons. Even the active lifestyles, that they're trying to improve their physical health, and so we have facilities on site which allow them to do that, from gyms, studios, treatment rooms where physios might come in. In some villages, we have swimming pools, not all, but in some. So trying to promote longevity, I think. Yeah.
Village staff then, please. You obviously are an employer as well. What typically is the level of employment cost of that? What is the typical amount of staff employed and the cost and so on?
This depends on the size of the community, but in the newer communities which are larger, which is all we will do since AXA took over, the schemes are about 150 odd units roughly, and that type of community has a full-time equivalent staffing of about 30 members of staff. And to put that into context, that's a typical payroll of about £900,000 a year. But if you layer on national insurance and pension contributions, it's over £1 million a year in just staffing, which you wouldn't normally have in general needs housing, for example. This will include general manager, chef, F&B staff. You'll have carers. Food and beverage staff, gardeners, maintenance, housekeeping, and there's also sales, a suite for resales as well.
Yeah, because when people pass away or they leave to go to a care home, then they are resold, is that right?
That's right,
and
yeah.
Reselling is done through retirement villages, is that right?
That is right. They actually are welcome to use a high street estate agent if they like, but
They're not locked in, they can use an independent.
That's right.
But it is something that is offered, that effectively there's salespeople on site, is that right?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Care Quality Commission, I forget, the letters change all the time. The CQC, are these villages regulated under the CQC?
Retirement villages is not a registered provider of care. We use a third-party care agency, which is common among the other operators. Often do this as well, but we will provide that care agency with a space on our communities, and they maintain a presence. They maintain a 24-hour presence, actually, but that care agency is a CQC regulated.
Okay. Staff are trained, is that right? What are they trained in?
Whatever their specialism is.
Typically.
Well, from GMs, chefs, gardeners, but I think I know where you're going, that there are a number of our staff will have extra training for first aid, but not all of them, but we will always have a lot of first aiders that will be on our site. That's not just the CQC registered carers that have a presence, that is RB staff as well, and we pay for them to have a particular course for first aid. This is it's called a TQ UK Level 3 award in first aid. That is for higher risk workplaces. It's a 3-day course. You get a certificate, and we always refresh that over a period of time.
Okay, the clubhouse. What is the purpose of the clubhouse?
The clubhouse has got multiple purposes. So that will include a restaurant. We need to provide food and beverage to be ARCO compliant, and we do on all of our communities. We have a wellness area. In the wellness area, that will include the CQC registered carer, but it will also have a gym, a studio, treatment rooms for your physio, and in some cases a swimming pool. We've got back of house areas, commercial kitchen, obviously, residence lounge, flexible spaces, quite a lot of plant, buggy stores, a library, a lot of facilities that need to be staffed and maintained, which residents want. That's what they're sort of buying into.
Okay, the technology that is available, we touched upon this before when reference was made yesterday to falls, people having falls. What is the technology? I think we're all probably familiar with going into an elderly person's sheltered flat and there's a cord. How does it look these days?
We don't do the cords anymore. We have a box. It's called the Lifeline Digital from a company called Tunstall, and this is an emergency support. We subscribe to Tunstall, the company. We buy their hardware. We put that hardware within each apartment, and that hardware is mobile. You can move it around, or you can get multiple for as many rooms as you choose. But you also subscribe to Tunstall's support network. Tunstall are they have a call centre, and that will answer in the event of an emergency. Someone who is on the floor can speak into the microphone from afar and request help. And that might be emergency services. It might be someone from first aid. It's usually both, and they can even call your family as well. We provide the Lifeline Digital, that mobile box, but there are lots of bolt-on services that people want from sensors. So if you haven't left, you have motion inactivity sensors. If you haven't left your home, or you have a fall, you have pads by your bed, so that there's a load of bolt-ons that you can get.
So if somebody falls over,
Yes.
and the issue is, how does anybody know?
Yeah.
It's the communication equipment you said, but you can also add in, or people choose to add in, sensors which can tell whether there's movement going on in the unit. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and if it is movement, it triggers an alarm, etc. It informs the village manager.
And our village manager will call. We'll call. Yeah.
Okay, fine. We talked about the care urgency transport, please. What usually happens is there's parking, so, is this, we've got 70, on average, they're coming at the age of 79.
Yeah.
What typically happens?
So they obviously they don't always have a car, and actually when they find out that we've got all the amenities, well, a lot of the amenities that they need on site, it's quite common that after a few years they end up giving up their car altogether. But on this community, we have a 1-to-1, or slightly over 1-to-1 car parking ratio, albeit that is for reserved matters. But we then have visitors and staff on top of that. That's a commercial decision. But at some point, residents age, and they still want access to facilities outside of the community that we will hopefully provide. So we provide a minibus community transport which residents can book. They can book it through reception or through an app, a tablet that exists in their unit. That might be for shopping trips, take you to the GP. It could be outings, events with friends. It's just there to provide a bit more flexibility, and it's really desirable. We have this on most of our villages, on all the bigger villages we have it.
Good, okay. I just want to ask, we're nearly finished, but I just want to ask you about the fees at the end of the period of occupation, because this is a matter that a lot of
Okay.
You have a particular acronym for them.
Yes, we do. So the most common acronym is DMF, Deferred Management Fee. So in our villages, and this is common amongst other retirement villages in the IRC space, you have a management fee, the monthly fee. It's like a service charge effectively, and then you have a deferred management fee. And to understand what and why there is a deferred management fee, you have to explain to residents that there are unique extra costs associated with operating an extra care community that aren't in general needs housing. And the big one we've already discussed, that they've got a higher staffing requirement, they've got a higher maintenance requirement, and obviously the central management requirement. And that's unique to this product. If you were to imagine that you had two identical estates, and one estate was general, flats and houses, general needs housing, and the other one was extra care, they probably look quite similar on the outside, but inside, operationally, they're obviously very different. In our case, with the 30 members of staff, the payroll, which collectively is over £1 million on a scheme like this, is a lot, and residents want it, but they want those staff. They don't want to self-manage the community, those staff clearly need to be paid for because it's effectively an operational business. So the way that we and other operators have grappled with this, and it's very clearly communicated to residents, is that to reduce that annual cost that could be charged annually, you could lump it in annually, that would be high. So we agreed to defer some of that management fee, where the actual costs yearly are subsidised by us as the operator for their lifetimes, and that's a financial subsidy or burden for the operator, and we recoup it instead at the end of their stay, and that's as a percentage of the resale value, effectively.
Important and fair to differentiate between different types of costs. There are people who are employed in things that are going to actually generate income. So food and drink, for example,
Yeah.
is purchased.
Correct.
Yeah, and so that will generate some income.
It's we would love it to, but it doesn't have the footfall of our high street. They can just about wash their face. Some of them lose a bit of money, but they're not big earners because
Gardeners,
yeah.
village manager, and so on. They are just coming out of the service charge and the deferred payment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Maintenance, painting the buildings, checking the guttering, as the maintenance.
That's correct.
The care is paid for. Is that right? So people pay for the care. It's not included in the service charge.
That's correct. And that's pay as you go. If you need more, you end up buying more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point is to be transparent about this. Care is separate, paid for. Food and drink, just about breaks even.
Yeah.
Everything else has got to come out. Everything else has got to come out of the service charge to reduce the annual service charge. There is this deferment, which means, what is it? Is it a percentage of the sale value?
It's a percentage of the sale value, and that helps to align our interests with the residents' interests, in that some people will read in the press, "Oh, I've lost value on my retirement home," and it's usually from a couple of operators we've already discussed, but we are heavily incentivised for house price growth, obviously, because our operational model relies on resales.
And in terms of people being aware of that, to what extent, when purchasing one of these properties, are they made aware of the deferred management fees?
Always. This is critical under the ARCO consumer code. This is communicated from the outset prior to exchange or reservation, so they're made very aware.
Good. Okay, those are all my questions. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
The only alternative to the sale and event fee model is that we do offer homes to rent as well, and I think that's growing, but it's currently less. It's in the mindset of the customer and the resident. They still, to date, they have a preference for buying.
If I wanted to put my 92-year-old mother-in-law in West Malling, near where she lives, in Chatham, then I could rent rather than buy.
Absolutely, you could rent. The rental proposition we see is more popular with the much older, because they don't want to pay stamp duty. So in that example, I'd be a prime candidate for rent. Yes.
Thank you. Anything from you, Mr. Atkinson?
Well, just one question. It's out of interest, really. I hope you don't mind. Just on this DMF, is it right to say then that the extent, the size of the DMF which is due at the end of someone's stay, if you like, is that determined by the length of that stay, or how many years it's been deferred from, and the time taken for the unit to resell?
Yeah, the fee is a percentage per annum that ratchets up to a cap. So the longer they stay, the longer the fee is. The higher the fee is.
But it is capped.
It's capped.
So if they
yes.
stay for 20 years, they're more
Then
likely to
it stops.
reach the cap. And is it right also that it continues to accrue until such time as the property is resold?
That is not the case on our new villages. So you're talking about service charge. If it takes a long time.
Yeah,
to
the
resell,
DMF, you know.
Is there a service charge burden? So on all of our new villages, since AXA bought us, the service charge, we will cap it. I think it's after 3 months, but I don't want to get that wrong. We cap it and the operator just pays it if it does take longer to sell. I think I'm answering somewhat the question you
All right.
leaned towards.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thanks for your contribution. Okay, we have come to the end of witnesses for today. So, as I said earlier, thank you all for those who've participated this week. I appreciate your evidence and the answers that you've given in reply to cross-examination. 2 bits of housekeeping I just want to bottom out, and that is the Section 106 agreement and the planning conditions. Can we start with the first one? Any update on the Section 106?
Yeah, I'm going to turn to my instructing solicitor, Mrs. Burgess, who'll be able to give you the latest.
Okay. Have you got a microphone to hand there, Mrs. Burgess?
So we've been negotiating with the council all morning on the outstanding issues. I haven't seen a revised draft agreement yet from the council, so I'm not in a position to give you an updated version to take away. I am told the council's lawyers are working on that document and I should receive it later today. If I receive something and we have the consent of the council, we're happy to send it over to PINS so that you could look at that over the weekend or early next week. There's essentially one issue left between us, which is in relation to the SANG, which Chris Young-Casey referenced this morning. We've made significant progress on that this morning, and we're moving towards a resolution that works for both parties. So we've kept the door open, as Chris Young mentioned, in terms of negotiations.
Okay, look, thank you for your efforts on that. Appreciate it's a movable fee.
Sorry,
Oh.
can I add something? I'm told that in relation to the changes that the that are being put forward. There was a sticking point on the SANG, on what the appellant was offering, and I'm told that since we reconvened from lunch, that's
okay.
been so.
All right.
When we hear that it's with the council, it's in the last hour.
Okay, all right, thank you. Look, as I say, thank you for your efforts on that. If you are able to achieve a draft that you're both happy with by the end of today, then please send a copy through to PINS, and my case officer will get it through to me. Just to belt and brace it, if you are able to do that, perhaps if you could also give, I could ask the council to put a copy up on the into the document list, because I can pick it up from there if necessary. If I don't get it, I can pick it up over the weekend from that, or if at least on Monday. Okay, I'm happy with that. Thank you for that. The other matter then is conditions. Where are we on a kind of final draft list of conditions? Okay. Again, could a copy of that go to my case officer, and could you put a copy onto the document library as well? Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good. I don't think I have any other outstanding matters. I'll look at just both sides just to make sure. Anything for you, Mr. Atkinson? Mr. Young? Okay, good. Right, in which case, we concluded business for today. I'm just looking at our programme for next week. So as it stands, we'd hear Mr. Henderson in the morning on Tuesday, and then we'd have a roundtable session on that legal agreement and conditions in the afternoon. And then, I've programmed a site visit. That's a movable feast. And then on the morning of Wednesday, we'd hear closing submissions. Now, I'm happy to keep it as it is, if both advocates are happy with that. The only alternative I can think of is that I'm more than happy to fit the site visit in elsewhere. If that was the case, there would be the option, I would have thought, of bringing forward closings to Tuesday afternoon, but it would give neither of you any time, much time at all after the close of the last witness. And I do think it's probably helpful to you if you at least have some time to have a think about that. So my thinking is we keep it as it is rather than attempt to squash it further. Are you both agreeable to that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Good. Thank you very much. Well, have a pleasant weekend, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you then at 9:30 Tuesday morning. Okay, thank you.